Yo, yo, yo. Testing. Are we ready? Okay, so last stream of the week, and we're gonna continue on this beautiful, do I dare say so, beautiful grass shader. Like, although it already looks pretty good, we're far from finished. And one thing for sure is we need to make this less realistic. But before we make it less realistic and more stylized, we have to make it more realistic. Then we can start destroying it. Blowing in the wind indeed. We got wind somewhat working yesterday, so that's what we're gonna continue with today. Or actually, I think most of the wind got fixed yesterday and we started implementing stiffness, I think. Oh yeah, so no stiffness, random stiffness, full stiffness. So here each grass straw is as affected, like each grass straw is similarly affected by wind. And here we randomize it, and then we might also want to, but like still, you can still see the pattern here. Or too much of a pattern, I think. Yeah. What's up, Potato Kid? Love the name. Okay, so what I want to start with today is I just want to get this stiffness in place. What's up, Star Platinum? Thank you, appreciate it. I want to get this full stiffness in place. I think we're gonna add. Do we really need it to be this specific? I don't think so. Stiffness bounds 1. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just roll with grass stiffness bounds and skip all of these 3. I think. Although would be nice to have. But the grass kinda dark, make it look lighter a bit. We will finalize the visuals of it at a later point. We're currently doing implementation. I've been messing around too much with the color anyway. Just give me 1 sec though, before we continue with the implementation. I've catched a cold or something. I have an extremely runny nose. Need to run away all the time. But too much details. What up, Cypher? How you doing today? This wonderful Friday. No. We're far from finished Star Platinum. Potato Kid, whenever I try to follow you, there is an error. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, but it's the thought that counts, right? In my mind, you're following me, so I appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot left to do with the wind as well. Right now, we generate 4 channels, like noise for. We generate 4 different noise textures and pack them into each channel of the noise texture. And then we just pan it all together. I think we're gonna randomize the panning as well. So we're gonna see a lot of the wind is gonna be a bit more wild. I think. Yeah, so maybe just start with that. Let's see if we have some tasks about this. Re-implement grass bend, it's done. Implement noise affecting grass proportions. This one I want to do. Implement wind, 2D or 3D. We went with 3D, which is overkill, and might change that in the future. So I want to do implement Perlin noise texture generator. This one is done. I just want it here in paper. Implement basic wind in grass shader. It's pretty much implied that we're in the grass shader because of this, so let's use basic wind. And do I have stiffness here? No. Implement grass stiffness. And finally, it was something I wanted with wind. Oh, yeah. Implement possibility to pan wind texture per channel. Fuck yeah. Yeah, not bad. Got a small raise at work. Sounds wonderful. Was a bit miffed, annoyed. It wasn't a message from an old mate who got made redundant. Made me appreciate a bit more. Oh, okay. Annoyed it wasn't a bit more than got a message from an old mate. Ah, nice to hear. I think that still sounds good. Potato Kid, I created a game in Godot, just released it 2 days ago. Oh, wonderful. Congratulations to the release. You know the answer to that. Long name. Or it's a rhetorical question. Every bit helps indeed. Indeed. Okay, so let's start with this stiffness, and I'm gonna be stupid. I'm going to include all of these stiffness variables. Constant, we don't need this one, however, because we can just use this one. So 1, it's constant. 0 to 1, it's randomized. 0 to 0, we don't have it. So grass stiffness constant. We're gonna skip that one. Width ratio and height ratio, though, I want these. So if it's 0 here, we want the stiffness to depend on the width. If it's 1, if it's 0, we don't. Yeah, something like that. And how do I want to implement it? So here we do T random width, T random height. So this is the interpolation, the random interpolation value we use to interpolate between the bounds, but we also use it for stiffness. Or maybe not yet. Let's see here. Grass stiffness constant. We're gonna skip that one, so let's just do a lerp. Grass stiffness bounce and random float. Great. Let's put that one there. Ashiru, game looking nice. Thank you, appreciate it. That's exactly what I want to hear this Friday. Random rotation, random width, height, bend, stiffness, color 1, color 2, color mix. Damn, we're really racking up all of the different variables here. It's starting to become a bit heavy, I think. Okay, so we have random stiffness. Then I want to calculate the real stiffness. And random width, random height, random bend, random stiffness. Aight, Potato Kid, thanks for stopping by, appreciate it. Have a nice rest of the day and a great weekend. Wind texture, wind strength. So here everything wind related. Fuck, do I want to keep this in? I want to create a function from this, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do a function here. Random stiffness. Stiffness is equal to this one. So this is the random part. But we want to multiply it with grass stiffness height ratio multiplied by T random height. And here's the question, like, do we want to multiply? So, like, what this means is that a stiffness of 1 is extremely stiff, okay? That's as stiff as it can get. 0 is how the most loose it can get, I suppose. So this means currently that, yeah, so the longer it is, the longer the grass straw is, or the bigger the height is, based on the height bounds, the more stiff it is. We want to go the other way here, right? So we want to do 1 minus. So the smaller it is, the stiffer it is. And then we can do grass stiffness width times T random width, I think. So the wider it is, the more stiff it is. But, so now we have random stiffness, height-based stiffness, and width-based stiffness. The problem here is that if one of these is 0, then all of this is 0. So I wonder if one want to go, so we take random stiffness multiplied by this one plus this one and we do 0.5 times 0.5 times all of this. So we have a random stiffness between 0 and 1. We calculate a stiffness in here which is between 0 and 2 depending on width and height. We multiply that with 0.5, so at maximum we have 1, at minimum we have 0 here. So stiffness right now between 0 and 1. The bigger it is, the more stiff it is, which means that when we send it in here, random stiffness, it's not really random anymore. We need to do... where do we use it? Stiffness. We need to do 1 minus stiffness here as well. 1 subtract isn't that expensive, so let's keep it here. Don't you want the base stiff and the top less stiff? Yeah, that is already fixed by this one here. But definitely, that's definitely something we want. So this T here is 0 at the bottom of the grass straw, 1 at the top of the grass straw. And yeah. Ooh, actually, bend multiplier. Yeah. So that is already in place, so that's very nice. It's funny because I always watch your stream and never know a damn thing going on. I still appreciate the view. But have you learned something? So you get layers of stiffness, if I'm understanding. Yeah, so what we're implementing now is like randomizing the stiffness between grass straws, but also making it a little dependent on width and height, basically. While we have always rotated the grass straws more towards the top than the bottom. I hope it makes somewhat sense. Grass general properties, so stiffness bounds, this one we have still, this one we skip. Okay, so 3 variables for stiffness. I'm okay with that one. Although, oh no, 456. Oh, this one. Okay. So if we have, let's see here, grass stiffness bounds, let's do 1. So right now okay, so right now we don't have any stiffness. If we grass stiffness to width ratio, this will make the wide grass straws a little more stiff. It's extremely hard to debug this, but pretty sure. And 1. 2. Okay, so if we do stiffness to height ratio, the grass straws that are the shortest, so this one, these two for example, or this one in here, they should not bend at all. Or actually it should bend 0.5 because... Oh yeah. But they should bend less now, which they do, right? Or do they? Yeah, they do. And this one is extremely wide as well, so if we do this it should barely bend at all. Oh, nice. So now short grass straws and wide grass straws are barely affected by the wind, while the tall ones are. Love it. And we can randomize it a bit more as well. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, I've actually learned many new concepts, but I'm mostly here to wind down your stream. Helps me to relax. Okay. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Good morning, Harukanen. Haruken. Okay, so that's it for the stiffness, I think. Oh, I still want to remove this one. And then we can also do 0. 0. But if we have 0, 0 here, let's keep it like this for now. Wow, this is grass with only a subdivision of 2. That's pretty fucking sick. I think it looks extremely well, even though like there's less grass straws, but it still looks very good, I think. More grass, yes. Crazy. Fuck, I'm almost getting seasick from this tall and nice grass. But still, this looks good, right? Appreciate it. I think it looks good as well. Be right back real quick. Just gonna top off my tea. By the way, Cypher, I don't know if I'm misremembering stuff, but weren't you the one talking about like this red tea from Africa? Or am I totally misremembering it? What was the name of that one? I think I bought some of it. I think I have some of it home now. And I have tried it. If it's the same, it's quite nice actually. Right now I'm doing black tea though, but you know, sometimes you just want that red tea on the evenings. Rooibos, yes, yes. I'm pretty sure it's what I have at home here. So I have 3 different glass jars with tea. Black, green and Rooibos now. It's very nice. Thank you for that recommendation. When I look at this, to me it looks like we have some rotation bias on the grass, but maybe we don't. Or is it wind based? Maybe it is. Okay. Ah, yeah, you mentioned it. Have you found any new favorites yet? Okay, so stiffness here is good, I think. I'm happy with this implementation, I think. So we can randomize it if we want, and we can base it on... Fuck, what I'm a little bit worried about though is... we can't totally randomize it. Like if this one is 0 and this one is 0, this term is 0, then this, like this becomes 0. So the better option is probably to do... So I want to make this term between... Ah, fuck it. What's the best way to do it? They're all just pretty nice, honestly. Oh, that's a good selection box then. I guess we could do... this one is between 0 and 1, this one is between 0 and 1. If I do plus here, all of this becomes between 0 and 1. Like, I'm wondering, can I do this without introducing an additional lerp? Because you could calculate the random by itself, the width and height by itself, and then you... you have a lerp, like how random you want it to be, or how based on this you want it to be. Okay, let's leave it for a day where I feel quicker, you know. To do? To allow for to better allow for, but actually am I just, yeah, re-implement to better allow for total randomness, total stiffness randomness. Yeah. Implement possibility to pan wind texture per channel. Yeah, let's dive into that one. Weather properties. We have this name right now. Oh, first of all, let's put all of this into one pretty function. So, actually, wind strength, wind direction. It's 3 variables we want. Am I gonna have to introduce a separate struct for this? So if I want this, all of this in a function, I probably... Is today a cleanup day? Is today the day I will finally split this one up into multiple separate? Maybe. I've introduced the idea of doing it today. Maybe I will actually do it today. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so we have this function and we have this function so far. So let's add a... What is the syntax for this in HLSL? Is it... Fuck. Struct wind properties. Is it this? Let's take a look. Cell shade lit. I think I have a struct here, or do I? Okay, we have these at least. But I thought I had a custom struct as well. Maybe I don't. Okay, let's see if we can just do it like this then. Yeah. Wind properties. We want... I think we want wind direction. Like this one is the most important actually, but... Then we're gonna need this. I can clean this up a lot by introducing more custom structs. Way more. Not FRA today. Today's ad flavor is NATO. I wonder. Oh, you're using brave as well, so it's not like aimed towards you, or is it? Like I wonder how how much your surfing habits affect these type of ads. Very war heavy ads. Okay, but let's start by creating the wind structure. So we're gonna have wind direction, wind strength, and wind direction tangent. Yes. Yeah, let's do it. So what did I say? We had float 3, wind direction. Float, wind. Oh, actually, wind properties. I guess we can just do direction. Strength. And float 3 tangent in tangent space. I'm already a big fan of Friday rants. But yeah, I think I agree. But the sad truth is that commercials work. I'm trying to remember what I saw an ad for something where I had the exact same reaction. Like this is an ad for something you shouldn't really have ads about. I don't remember what it was, but it was something similar. Okay, wind properties. Do I want this one here? Yes, I do. Void. Instantiate. Or actually, yeah, we do void instantiate wind property. Wind properties. Yeah. In out wind properties. What do we need to send in? We need to send in position in world space. Do we need to send this one in? I don't think so. And transformation matrix. Is it only those two? What is it? Float. What was it? Float 3x3 trans world 2 tangent transform and float 3 world position. Oh, actually, position world space. And then we take wind direction. is equal to wind properties dot direction is equal to this one. Wind properties dot strength is equal to this one. And is equal to this one. Oops, this one we don't want here. And I'm also thinking that maybe we pull this one up here as well. So it's basically instantiate a lot of variables based on input. So position, normal, tangent, bitangent, tangent to world. Then we instantiate this one and we just send in. So the triangles we get in, we just send them onwards. And then we start creating the grass straws. Tangent to world, random rotation. Okay. Jesus. So, and then we also want wind properties. What is it? Wind properties like this. Yeah. And then we also do instantiate wind properties, and we want that position world space, which is created here. So it's the middle of the triangle. And then we also want transformation matrix like this. And then we can change this function as well. So instead of taking wind direction and wind strength, it just takes wind properties. And then we can also, I think we're going to take bend, width, height, stiffness and put them into a grass properties or something like that. What's up, D Sabbath? Happy Friday indeed. I'm pretty fine. I think I'm coming down with some cold or something. I have extremely runny nose, but other than that I'm fine. How about you this wonderful Friday? Yes, so that's wind direction. No, wind properties. Do I want to call it just wind? Maybe I do. I wish I could catch it. Wind rotation TS, stiffness, wind strength. Is it just used here? So wind dot strength and wind dot something. What? Wind tangent TS. Something like this. Maybe. Fuck. 368. $373. Oh yeah. So we, Oh, I don't know how many times I've misspelled position. Wind direction. Oh yeah, of course. Where do we have it? Wind direction. So we want to do wind proper direction dot xyz, but we don't need to do xyz, right? So this one is normalize xyz direction. Yeah, okay. Wow, this was a lot of errors, but let's see here. Oh yeah, wind direction, wind strength. We want to send in wind properties here instead. Wind. Does it still work though? Do we still have something? Yeah, I think it's the same. Yeah. Runny nose just in time for the weekend, yeah. Nice to hear, nice to hear. So yeah, I'm just gonna run AFK real quick, blow my nose. It's gonna be a lot of those, so be right back real quick. Okay, back. So now, like, there's really no visual change to this, but we have a little bit of a cleaner, like we handle the wind a little bit better. And the reason I did this is because we're gonna add a lot of, what do you call it, compiler flags to this one. So right now we just calculate one wind texture UV, and then we use this one to read all channels. Do I want to? Yeah, I want to add the possibility to read them separate as well, I think. Which means, unfortunately, that instead of doing just one texture read, we do 4 texture reads. So it's gonna be a so similar to the rotation, I guess. This one is way less computation heavy than this. Yeah. So let's do We want one of these. And we want to call them combined separate. Yes. And it's not going to be bend type, it's going to be wind texture read. Thank you, D-Sabbath, appreciate it. Wind texture read approach. Jesus. It's like I'm thinking of a word, but I just can't seem to. Approach. Yeah, that's not the. Let's just call it read type for now. And then we want pragma shader feature. Wind texture read type combined and wind texture read type separate. Combined, separate. Okay, great. So now we can use these two. And I still want to keep this. I want to get to the bottom of that. I don't know when though. So this way of doing it, this way is actually wind texture value. Yeah, we're gonna take this one and put it in here. Although I'm a little bit, we're gonna keep it semi-simple. Let's see here. So here we just read, we take one sample and we just take whatever we read from the texture and put it into wind texture value. Here we pretty much want to build it up over multiple reads. So it's gonna look something like I'm probably not gonna care about, so I wonder if I want to do plus here, win time scale. Yeah, I think I want to add just a random, fuck me, thank you Grandma or Grand MMA for the follow, appreciate it. Wind time scale. Yeah, okay, so it's the offset I want to change per channel. But it's a question of like, do I want to have a lot of control over this, or don't I care about it? Maybe this one, maybe I want more control here. Or, yeah, here. But if I do, that means that we will add a lot of variables here. Like more variables than this. And wind time scale, I don't even know. Yeah, never mind. Or actually this one and this one, they are very related, aren't they? Like this one visually translates to how quick the wind is moving, or how strong the wind is. So how quick the wind is moving, isn't that equivalent to how strong it is? Isn't that usually what you mean? So currently this one is used to bend the grass straws more, which is also like, that's what you assume wind strength will do. And this one is the panning speed. Like, should I remove this one and just base it on this? Or should I rename? Decisions. Wind speed, or actually we don't want to wind speed, question mark, like possibly, but let's keep them like that for now. So the question is, can I read the different channels separate, but in such a way that we can, like, I probably want to randomize the sign here as well. So randomize sign and randomize. Yeah, maybe that's okay. Maybe I don't want more control over it. Wind texture scale. This one we're gonna leave as is, but okay, one sec though. I do want the randomized values here per channel, I want them to be the same for each quote-unquote iteration. That's true. Fuck it, let's introduce an additional property. Like if I do a custom Unity editor script later on, like cleaning up the different properties here so it makes more sense, then I would probably do it so that wind channel offset constants, wind channel offset constants, wind channel constant offsets. Let's call it this one. Wind offset constants. So in the future, if I do a custom script for cleaning up this, like the shader material here, I would probably do it in such a way that 1 1 1 1. This one can't be set unless this one is set to separate. Okay. Oh, so it finally appeared, FRA. I just wanna take a quick look. I wanna relate to this commercial, but I don't want to show it on stream. Actually, this is wow, if it's this commercial, I just looked at it, it looks pretty good actually. What's up, Grandma? We're working on the grass today as well. We're working on, more specifically, the wind. I don't even know if we need to improve it more actually, but yeah, you never know. Combined, separate. Oh, I want to hide this wind texture as well from here. Thank you, appreciate it. I think it looks pretty good so far, but far from done. Okay, so right now this one doesn't do anything, of course. Oops. Wind texture, hide in inspector. No, what did I do? Okay. Hide in inspector. Oh, it's high budget for sure. I think the term is infomercial. What a fancy word for us, like a fancy word for an unfancy thing. Okay, anyway. So, here we go. Wind texture read type separate. So this is where we're gonna screw some things up. So how can I do this in a nice way? Because we're gonna need 4 of these. 4 of these actually. Can I minimize it? Float 2. Whoa. We use the same. I should be able to just do. Wow, isn't this just an unfancy way of writing? Let's see. Yeah, this is just an ugly way of writing. Position world space dot xz plus wind times scale multiplied by time dot x. Although can one deduce which direction we are panning the camera or panning the wind texture here? I think it's possible to do that, right? Or to look at the outlines. Wow. Do I want to save wind direction here? What bothers me is that the texture like the panning of the texture read is actually where the wind moves. It looks like, I think, or maybe it doesn't. But it does. Like the texture read is from that direction to this corner, and you can actually see the wind move like that, right? So the texture read has more power than I would like. Like it's just not a wind time scale. It's, if we just change the sign of this one, then it looks like the wind is going the other direction. like this one has more power over the wind, but that's just because, let's see, what's up, Tantan, and thank you, appreciate it. Alright, looks pretty good. Pretty good. Like, I want these variables or these properties to this material to be like crystal clear. And I mean, they are not even clear to me at this moment, and like, so how could it be for anyone else? Wind direction, this one it's not used anymore, so that doesn't matter. Wind strength, this one is clear, I think. Should be, at least. But wind texture scale should also be pretty clear, I think. But it's also like wind strength and wind texture scale, they also depend very much on each other. And then we have wind time scale, which also is very dependent on the other ones. 20, 200, 2000. Can probably come up with a good relationship between all of these. Maybe even remove some or rename them. But okay, let's see what kind of result we get if we separate them. So it's gonna look something like this. Float 4 wind texture value is equal to 0, 0, 0, 0. And then we do X wind texture UV, but we do it like this. And we also do X, Y, Z, W, and then we want to do multiplied by wind offset. Actually, here, wind offset constant dot X multiplied by this one, and we do the same here, here, and here. So 4 different UVs based on these ones. But then again, we're always going to have the same, like the X and Z direction here, like the offset will always be the same. So we will always scroll in a similar way, right? Negative or positive. I don't know. Let's see what we get. And wind texture value, this one is equal to float 4 we don't need this one. So basically here we create one set of UVs and we read a value from the wind texture and we offset all channels the same. Here we offset all channels separately and then we read it. So what this will mean is, like, roughly speaking, instead of panning one texture in one direction, we're panning 4 textures in separate directions. Or we're actually always panning it in one of 2 directions, thanks to this. But with different speeds. Not the best way to like pan 4 different textures over each other, but it's one way of doing it. So if we set 1 1 1 1 here, there shouldn't be any difference if we select separate here. Okay, shouldn't be. Which one did it? Wind offset. Oh yeah, of course. So we need to do this. Incorrect number of arguments to numeric type constructor at line 3. Is it this one? Are we not having 4 values here? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is float 2. Is it this one? Oh, yeah. So this one returns 4. So this one has a RGBA. We want to do R, G, B, A. Okay, so this one and this one should be the same. So no difference as of now. What's up, JD? How are you doing? And what's up, Kate? If that's how you pronounce it. How do you get into coding? I've messed around with Unity Visual Script and know the basics, but don't understand how to get into the thought process and find resources. How should I answer this? Let's see. I guess it's different for everybody, but for me, like, I've always liked creating stuff, like drawing or whatnot. And like for me, getting into code was just a way to add an additional tool to create stuff, you know? So like I got into code for the purpose of creating stuff. And then I actually learned most of my coding from the university. But yeah, so like for me it was getting into code was more of like I wanted to create stuff. That's how I got into coding. Nice to hear, JD. Same here, same here. What's up, Tenchi? C# dev here. In monitoring. I can imagine the difference being quite big. But just like today, now we're working with HLSL today, so I don't think we've touched any line of C# as of now. But yeah, so monitoring, that's quite interesting. Monitoring what? Ooh, JD, I got a question for you. I'm looking to get started in Lua. How do you know what to start your code off with? I'm gonna start getting a reputation for being the guy that answers every question very badly. But once again, you know, for me it's just like the code is just a tool. Like it's what I want to create, that's the focus. So what to start your code off with, like always base it on what you want to create, and I also like to start very basic and build upon. What's up, Calvino? How are you doing today? This grass looks insane, but it looks like a different art style from the character. Yes, it does. So the idea has always been to the art style of the environment, like the art style of the background stuff and the foreground stuff will be different, but the contrast here, like the difference here, is way too big. So yes, it will change. But just like with the cell shader, we're gonna create a very nice realistic grass, and then we're gonna try and start destroying it in such a way, like we destroy it to stylize it pretty much. So yes, it will change, it will change. Yeah. Hope the answer helps a little bit, JD, anyway. Yeah, I agree, D Sabbath, yes. Yeah, the question is how we're gonna stylize the grass, though. Like, I have some ideas, I have some notes, but pretty much gonna have to... So, like, I've said it so many times, I'm a big fan of old school Disney animations. And also, of course, anime, Studio Ghibli, all that jiff-jaff. And you always have this difference between environment and characters. So characters are simple shaded, just like this one. 2 or 3 colors max in shading, while the environment has a few more shades. And I want to achieve something like that. I want to make this grass look more hand-painted, but not as hand-painted as this. Hectic work week, but I go on vacation next week. Oh, nice. Ooh. South Korea. Nice. Damn, very nice. Nguyen Long, how long have you been working on this project? I think I started like 2.5 years ago. But like I've started to spend more and more time on it, so to speak. Oh yeah. Breath of the Wild, or Breath of the what? Isn't it Zelda Breath yeah, if that's what we mean. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Something like that is what I'm trying to achieve. Tenshi, multiple softwares for monitoring devices, mostly Windows devices. Okay. That's pretty cool. I reckon there exists some parts of game development that is very similar to what you're doing. Like parts of... like simulation heavy games might be very similar to what you're doing. I do the same in my game too. Cell cares and shaded environment. Yeah, that's the way to go. I love that style. Nugalong, how do you keep the project interesting while working on it? Oh, that I've noticed that with my past projects that I have a very easy time to lose interest in it. This time around, I'm doing my best to develop it in such a way that I don't do it. And one of the ways I do it is... One sec. Like, if you take a look at my project I have now, the approach I've taken to developing this project is like the wrong approach if you compare it to the standard. So the standard would be to get the game logic in place, so you can like test the game itself more, which means that you usually end up with, if you go with that approach and you're a solo developer, which means that you end up with a working game, but you only have these gray boxes running around doing stuff, and that's boring. So what I'm doing now is I develop some game logic, and if I get tired of it, I switch over and do some visual stuff. So my game always looks interesting, but hopefully that made some sense. I'm trying to like not only develop the game logic and then do the visuals. I'm trying to do them side by side, and by doing that I will hopefully avoid getting tired of this project. I'm actually getting married in South... Oh, congratulations! Very nice. Damn, nice. Have you been to South Korea before? Or is it the first time? And yes, Cypher, I agree. Like, game development is versatile. Is that the correct word for it? It's very different depending on what you do. Tantan, can I send a link to a cool Ghibli style grass pick? Yes, but preferably Imgur or Discord link. Something that doesn't have me question the like source of the image, if you know what I mean. Ah, nice, interesting, Tenchi. If you don't mind me asking, what game? Ah, beautiful. Imgur is perfect. Final Fantasy 14. Oh, I've never tried it. Never tried it. Heard some good things though. Ooh, I've seen this picture before, I think. I think I've seen this picture before. Yeah, okay, so here we're working with less shading the closer the grass is together, and I think we have a prompt for that. So we could easily do it by just lowering this one, I think it is. So now we get more uniform colored grass. I think we can even do... I think we can do it with this one as well. Bam. Let's see. Or actually we can do it with if we choose this one and we do fixed, maybe. And then we can do... If we make this one less like that. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of things to get this right, but yeah, we should be able to make it more stylized. I like the look of this, so like something similar to this. Something similar to this, but not exactly this. I wanted to make this grass in my game, but I'm scared to add so much grass. Yeah. Okay, yeah. My grass also picks from the color underneath, but it also randomizes it a bit. We're doing a lot of stuff though, but oops. But yes, we are going to stylize it, but that's going to happen later. I also want to try. Yeah. Actually, let me try one more thing. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of things. So it's partly color picking and it's partly shading. But hopefully we will have enough control here to be able to switch it up. Okay, so when it comes to the wind right now, doing it. One sec. Okay, back. So doing the wind separate and combined is the same right now because the wind offset constants are the same. But we should be able to do minus, I don't know, 0.1 or 10, 0.1, 5, and this one actually doesn't affect it right now, I don't think. That's true. Like, how useful is this anyway? 0.5. I guess it's a little bit useful. So what we could do is, with this one, is 0.5 here. We could go 10 here, and we can change the value multiplier here by 0.1 or 0.1 or 0.1. But yeah, I'm starting to wonder if this... do I actually want this? Like, how useful is it? Tenshi HD, thank you so much for the follow. Am I still muted? No, I'm not. Or actually, maybe this is if we pack something in here as well. Let me try one thing. Okay, so I wonder if, like, to fully show the power of doing this, I want to take the W channel, which is unused right now, and multiply it here, I think. So let's do wind texture value. Let's do it like this for now. I just want to try this out. So we put wind properties here, and we also put them here. And then we take wind texture value W and we multiply it here, I think. Because, like, I would like to try it with, so we have this lively wind blowing in the grass, like, oh, not this. So combined like this. So we do 1 1 1 1. Oh yeah, okay. And value multiply 1. Okay, so we have this. Does the W channel affect it? I think so. Let's try. I'm thinking something like this. But very tiny. So I don't know how visible it is, but you have this small flickering of the grass as well. Is it too little? Like this, maybe? I don't know. Who knew that wind affecting the grass could be so hard to get right? Meister K, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate it, man. I'm still bothered by the direction of the wind. So the texture is yeah, let's see if I can put words to this. The texture is 4 channels. Currently the RGB is being used to describe a direction, okay? A direction of the wind. And that means that we have something like this. Let's see here. If we don't pan the texture, it looks like this, I think. Yeah. So we can see here that if we set a wind strength to 0, we get this. If we set wind strength to 1, we get this. So the texture describes the direction of the wind, right? So here we can clearly see that the wind is blowing this direction. So from here to here. Here we can see it going from here to here. And yeah, we even have some... Do we have... Yeah, we have from here to here. So we can see the wind going different directions, right? But then we start panning this texture. So we pan the texture to visualize movement in wind. So basically what we're doing is, so the direction of the wind going towards this, or from here to here, we just pan that one so it moves from here to here. So some frames down the line we have wind going from here to here, but we have it here instead of here. But what that visually does, pretty much, so by panning from here to here, we get the visuals of the wind blowing from here to here. And it fucks up my head, you know. So we have this texture, which is supposed to describe wind direction, but then we have this texture panning also describing wind direction. So let's see if we can get it. So if we set time scale, we can see the panning going, you see? So if we take 10, so the panning of the texture actually describes the wind more than the wind texture does. So probably something wrong in the implementation, like we're using it the wrong way. So right now the wind, it looks like the wind comes from here to here. But we can change it from going to here by just adding a minus here. So it's like, it's more the texture panning, the direction of the texture panning that decides the direction of the wind than the actual wind texture. I was hoping that could be fixed by doing separate here and doing -1 here maybe. Here, now we get... Now it looks a little bit different, right? That's because we have multiple... Okay, this looks way better actually. So this is because we have multiple channels panning in different directions. We can still see some pattern here, but... And then we have this small one. Probably want to put this one back at 40 and 1. Maybe. And do, I don't know, 0.5. And then if we scale all of this way up, so wind texture scale, not like this, but not like this either. What do we want? 0.01, 0.1, like this maybe. And then if we do maybe this describes now it looks a bit more like the wind is going in different directions. So now it's blowing from here to here, and now we're switching over to no wind pretty much. Moving over here. So if we do the texture panning separate per channel, then we get... Then the result is a little bit better, but it's not that much worse going separate compared to combined, I don't think. Let's take a look. Nah, not at all. D-Sabbath, is that using Perlin noise and being generated at runtime? Yes, we use... Not in the shader, however. We're using a texture generator here, so a C# script which we generate at start and then we feed it to the shader in question. So I have some control over it here, but we just generate it once. Okay. Good morning, Geralt. Let's see. More sea wave kind of effect rather than yeah, like we're starting to, like, we have a lot of different variables we can play around with now for deciding the visuals of this grass. Let's see here. If I may ask, since I'm newish to game dev culture community, yeah, I use Unity. Yeah. So yeah, they fired the CEO, as Cypher says, and started managing things a bit better. That's true. But yeah, I know the trust is still somewhat broken, if I'm gonna be honest with you. And if I would be starting today, I'm not so sure I would choose Unity. But hopefully it's like they're gonna have to build the trust again, you know. But like all my knowledge is in Unity or the so it's a hard time for me to switch. Net plan apply, thank you so much. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good, but there still exists multiple things we can improve. Multiple. I wonder how that would look using Voronoi noise instead of Perlin. So, I've been pondering. Let's see, I think I might even have an issue for this. Let me just check real quick. I've been pondering implementing some noise solutions in Unity, because I like reinventing the wheel, which I've said many times. Because right now, out of the box, I don't think Unity has a Voronoi, or however you pronounce it, like solution out of the box. If we go to my Perlin noise generator, we just use this one. I don't know if Unity has Voronoi, but I've been pondering implementing like Perlin noise 2D, Perlin noise 3D, Voronoi 2D, Voronoi 3D, and some other noises in a nice little library. But it would be nice. For a new starter, what you recommend, Unity or Unreal Engine? My total time in Unreal Engine is like 10 hours, I think, so I'm not the one to answer this one, but I've heard that Unity is supposedly easier for beginners. Shadergraph has it. Oh yeah, of course. So Shadergraph is in shaders, right? So Unity has this function for generating Perlin noise to be used, like if you're in C# and you want to generate Perlin noise, you use this one. If you're in Shadergraph, you use the Shadergraph node, and the Shadergraph node will actually generate this code. So this is the code. So when you add a Perlin noise node in Shadergraph, this is actually what the code will generate when Shadergraph is converted into code. So I'm sure there exists something like this for Voronoi noise as well, to be used in the shader. But I don't know if you have something equivalent to this one with Voronoi. Unity Voronoi. So you have Shadergraph, then you have a Voronoi diagram library. Yeah, feature request Voronoi function in Unity. I don't think we have it. I think we have some noise, like we have Perlin noise 1 dimension as well. But yeah, also Unity noise library, I think they had oh, Unity Mathematics might have it. Oh yeah, we have Unity Mathematics package. That's first party, right? Like, or second party, that's Unity, right? So they have function for What documentation is this? Like, this is barely anything. What am I supposed to use with this? I don't know, but yeah, I think this one, if I remember correctly, this one has more noise functions. I'm not using it right now, but I would like. Let's see if we can find some more documentation about it. I'm developing a creature collecting game, basically, or more of this, like Viva Pinata, if you've ever played that game. It's a wonderful game developed by Rare back in 2000 I want to say 6 or 7 or something like that. My take on the Tamagotchi genre, basically. But why is this actually, okay, an overview of noise functions in Unity.mathematics. Why is this ooh, here we go. Unity Mathematics. Oh, thank you. This is what I wanted. So we have noise in Unity Mathematics. One sec. Be right back real quick. Okay, back. So yeah, this is what I was looking for. Unity Mathematics, and then you have a noise, a classic stack class noise. This one is very, very nice. I've been looking at this before. The documentation leaves a lot to be wished for, though. Cellular. Classic. Is this classic Perlin noise? So okay, I guess this is the functions we have, and we have to look at this one for documentation. But let's see, what more do we have? PSRD. What is this? Is this like some half-developed package? I don't get, like, would love some information. Yeah, okay, so this is Voronoi noise, just a different name. Worley noise. So if we use this package, mathematics, we can use .noise .c noise, and then we can get this noise. I think it would look like I'm just trying to visualize how using this as wind would look, and I think it would look quite weird. Perlin noise, nice. But who knows? This one I've used a lot for waves on a stormy ocean. Worked wonders, I think. And then you can also use it for texturing an ocean, making like foam. Especially cartoony foam. What more do we have? Noise. Simplex noise. And PSRD noise. Okay. And still, also, something I find interesting is when you're talking about noise relative to game development, I guess. Like, I usually only see... These are the different kind of noises you usually see. I wonder, like, there has to exist more than this, right? Oh shit. Ooh. Okay, I don't remember, or I don't know if everybody remembers, but there was a huge problem. There was a problem with getting this one to generate a tileable texture. So the quick fix was to do this. But here we have the answer. We want to use this one. Mathematics.noise, and we want to generate Perlin noise with periodic tiling. Definitely. Oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's see. Value multiplier. Coordinates. UV. Do I want to generate this? Let's see here. Let's do implement Perlin noise texture. Re-implement using unity.mathematics for periodic noise. Do I want to do that now? Yeah, maybe I do. Let's do it. So let's see here if we can find it. What's up, Toast Alex? Thank you so much for the follow. So I want to use Unity Mathematics, right? Mathematics. Ooh, good. Good news. It's already added. I wonder if I want to do this. What's up, Unscripted Logic? Thank you so much, appreciate it. Do I want to update? Let's see. So which version are we at? Unity Mathematics. Come on, Unity Mathematics. .2.6, so this one. Manual, okay. Let's see if we have the functions. So let's do using static. Unity Mathematics, math. Okay. Let's do using Unity. So just Unity dot mathematics like this, and then we should be able to do, when we generate the noise, instead of doing this, we should be able to do save this one and do a new implementation. I still want the coordinates, I think. So we should be able to do C noise UV. We're actually we're using float 2 here. New float 2. Oh, we have it. Nice. UV. Love this. But this one. Oh yeah, because we want to use, what is it, noise dot or noise dot? What the fuck? Are they using a small letter here? What up? What up? What up? What up? They're all over the place. Let's go. Yeah. Public static class noise. Yeah, I don't know. They're pretty much like, the description of this project is with shader-like syntax. So that's like float 2, for instance. But I don't know about this. Coding style alert indeed. Neo12, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Okay. How weird does this actually look? But, you know, it does remind me of shaders. Yes, okay, so we get the coordinates, we fetch the noise, but I don't want to do this one, I want to do this one. So we want to do P. So I guess this one stands for periodic. I don't know what this stands for. But then again, this could also stand for Perlin noise. But yeah, we want periodic tiling. Calculating how long or how big we want our periods to be is going to be a problem though, but let's see. Oh yeah, we want coordinates here as well. Okay, so let's do... Okay, if we're gonna use this solution, I want to do this, and we do this, and we change this one to float 2. Get coordinates UV, return new float 2, like this. And then we do get coordinates, and it's not float 2, but we might as well do get coordinates. And then we also want to do public float to get period, I think. I don't know. And P noise. Yeah, this is feels weird. It almost feels like now I want to write all code in this class this way, but oh well. So we do get periodic noise, get coordinates UV, coordinates is okay, get period. Okay, so now we need to calculate this one in such a way that we get repeatable textures. So let's do, okay, it's paused, nice. Let's jump to the procedural grass shader real quick and do I want to do, so in the fragment shader we do return sample texture 2D, wind texture, sampler, wind texture, input dot position world space xz dot r. And There we go. Jesus. Did I generate? Are we really having it this small? Let's see here. Scale 10. Jesus. What? Oh yeah, and then we use wind texture scale here. Okay, that explains it. I definitely want to go with bigger scales here, maybe even 1. No. 10. 5, 3, 2, 1. 0.1. The fuck is happening? 10. Oh yeah, this one is wrong. I just want to check. We're still trying to implement this one. I'm just trying to make sense of the previously generated texture we have. But maybe we're getting screwed up because of this one. Who knows? Okay, actually, let's do... let's finish it and see what we get. So I want to change this one to clamp as well. Actually, let's do this. Width, height, texture properties, serialize field, private, texture wrap mode, and default is clamp. Okay, and then we do this get period, however. So we want to generate it so that it, like here we want to give the maximum origin. I think we want to make it so that this one is pretty much U max, U or V max, right? So if this one goes from 0 to 1, we want to get a period like this, I think. So UV, we're working with UV, but we're working with scale here. So UV actually goes from 0 to 1. Yes, it does. So we have scale, and then we have origin, which screws it up a bit. Do I want to do... This one screws it up, I think. So if we go with an origin of 0, 0 and 0, I think we can do scale. Scale. Oh, never mind. It's here we want to do it. So scale, scale. And I don't know how it is with this generation method, but for the other one, if we go math F, Perlin noise, unity, this one has a, I don't know if it's a drawback, but we have this one. Return value might be slightly below 0 or slightly beyond 1, which sucks. And, well, this documentation pretty much says nothing, so I don't know. Do we need to clamp this value? I don't know. Let's try without it first, and we'll maybe see if we need it. Perlin noise value. Okay, that should be it. What the fuck? What? Intrigued. Only one way to find out indeed, but what is this? This doesn't make any sense, right? Scale 1. Actually, let me try. Let's take this one. Let's start easy. Perlin noise value, C noise. Let's remove this one and let's see what we get. Yeah, we're just generating a texture here. We shouldn't be getting these glitch values. What the hell? Repeat. Oh yeah. Doesn't look very much like noise to me. Oh, here we go. But is this actually Perlin noise or did I screw it up? C noise, Perlin noise, according to this poster here. I don't know. This, okay, I'm just gonna say one last thing with this documentation and then I'm never gonna mention it again today. This just makes me sad. Like, nothing. Why even releasing, like, I don't know. Okay, C noise. Let's do Perlin noise. Wow. It somewhat looks like it. I wonder if this one... did I miss? Like, is this noise being returned? Is it between -1 and 1 or 0 and 1 or... Exactly, D-Sabbath, exactly. It's... Why even bother at all? Okay, so the return... We know that the return value is a float, but we don't know... Like... It's too much black. Is this one going to -1. When I'm outputting this, return sample. Oh, maybe we want to do. Actually, maybe we want to do float for R001. Let's see if this helps us. It's too much black, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm starting to think that maybe we want to do Perlin noise value return mathf dot remap, or okay, I'm gonna assume that it's from -1 to 1. So let's try times what is it, 0.5 plus 1. Which means we make it from -1 to 1 to minus 0.5 to 0.5, and then we add 1. Nah, that's definitely not right. But if we add a half, should about do it. If it's between -1 and 1. I think this looks more like correct, or okay, let's do German internet memes. What's that supposed to mean? I didn't miss much. We're fighting with this noise library. Fuck it. Okay, let's call this one get periodic Perlin noise value. Okay, so this one generates periodic, this one. So this one uses the old style and this one the new style. So we can check the difference between them. But also, okay, so this is the new, no, this is the new one. Or this is the old one, I think. 10, right? Get Perlin noise value, coordinates, mathf Perlin noise, beautiful. We have a value multiplier as well. We don't have that one in the new one. So this is the old one. And then if we do this one, it's the new one. Okay, nice. So would love for the documentation to tell me this, but we need to do this. So this one actually generates it between -1 and 1, which I guess would be better in a shader-like environment, but do we have this information here? Or is that the default value of Perlin noise? Yeah, maybe it is. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. As I was about to write up something similar, I made a quick preview of the noise method. These also have a frequency of 8. Okay, half width. So yeah, range -1 to 1. Beautiful. Cellular gives 0 to 1. Perlin noise -1 to 1. Great. Be right back 1 sec. Back. Okay, great to know. Let's see if we can make it periodic, because right now we can see the corners of it, which sucks. So let's do float to period is equal to new float to scale. That's beautiful. That's great. Oh, and we're also only using a wind texture 128 times 128. Maybe that's okay. Okay, so this is way nicer than doing. So previously we did, we used get Perlin noise value. So we got this result, and to avoid these ones, we did a mirror. So then you get patterns like this. And that's not good. So doing a clamp, a repeat, and using a periodic Perlin noise value instead. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, it seems like the default for Perlin noise at least is -1 to 1. I wasn't ready for that one. But okay, so now we can get repeatable Perlin noise. D-Sabbath, sometimes these rabbit's holes do pay off. Yes, indeed they do. Like I would actually say, in my experience, they pay off more often than they don't. But yes, okay, so this is very nice. Love this. Love this as well. And although Like, maybe it looks weird, but I think I'm a fan. Like, of the starting with small letters, using float 2. Okay, so also for this one we need to do this instead of a clamp. I wonder if this is maybe even better. Okay, so periodic Perlin noise, beautiful, beautiful. Great. Okay, so now we use this one in for the wind instead, and let's bring everything back to as it was. Let's see how it looks with the wind. 8. Or actually, not pause, but plain. Although I'm not entirely sure it works with origin yet, so that's... Maybe we need to fix that one. That's true. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of a wind. I wonder what that depends on, or why. Is that because of wind texture scale here? Maybe. Whoa, one sec here. Is stiffness not working correctly? Or maybe it is. 0, 0, 1, 1. Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Okay, but that's great. The result might not be apparent. It probably isn't. But it's more correct. I'm also a little bit annoyed. Like, it looks like we have more repetition than we should have in the grass. Let's do... But maybe it's just more apparent when we have wind. I'm having a harder time seeing repetition here than I do otherwise. Is it thanks to... What's up, diligence, humility, beautiful windy grass? Thank you, appreciate it. That looks pretty good. A bit too realistic, but we're gonna get on that next week, I think. Yeah, definitely D-Sabbath. We're not bound to Perlin. Oh, I love it. I love it. Like, there's no way around it. This is beautiful. Like, it's realistic. It looks way too realistic compared to the character, but I love it. Yeah, we're gonna make it more cartoony. We're gonna make it more cartoony. I should probably put up text on stream. That's a comment we get quite often. I think I have some ideas of how to make it stylized later on, like the stylized I want. Yeah, but this is still extremely, I think it's very heavy. Still not that much. We haven't optimized it one bit, and I'm running a 1080 here, and we're still doing outlines and a lot of stuff. But yes, okay, let's see. Repeat. Let's change this one. Oh, I want to check one more thing before we continue. I want to check if there's any difference of the wind effect. Oh no. Oh no. What did we say? One. Oh, that should be it. Yeah. I want to see if there's any difference of the wind effect visually if we change the texture resolution of the wind. Right now it's 128 times 128. I don't know. 1028. 1028. Oops. Does it look smoother? It does, right? Or does it? Maybe a little bit. Frame time is a bit long-ish, but for 1080 completely okay, I would say. I hate the fact that or 1080 is how you would say it in English, I guess. I hate the fact that the 1080 is like low end these days. But yeah, hopefully we can get this up to... I would like to render grass with a 1080 with this scene. I would like to be around 150, I think. We can lower it by going this. Look at this. So with these settings, let's take a look. We have a frame rate of 115. And look at this now. I just changed this one. Now we're up at 130, but we really don't have... There's not that much of a difference visually, you see. So we gain 20 FPS by doing this. So the difference is, here each grass straw consists of 8 quads. Here each grass straw consists of 4 quads. The idea later on is to, depending on how close to the camera it is, to vary this. So close to the camera, 8 quads. Far away from the camera, 1 quad. Or 2, I don't know. So that's one thing we can do to optimize it, and we can, like, the difference on FPS is extreme. Another thing, subdivision on whatever is underneath. Let's go 8. Subdivision. So close to the camera, 4. Far away from the camera, 2. Like, if we're gonna be totally honest, far away now looks pretty bad, but maybe we could go with 3 there. So close to the camera we could even go 5 maybe. A little bit further away we go 4, so around here maybe. Even further away we go 3, so here. And here we can maybe do 2. And there's a lot of things we can do when we optimize this to gain FPS. But yeah, for now let's go with 4 and 8. By the way, eventually you can use the burst compiler on that noise generation to make it faster. Yeah, like, I don't really understand the burst things, but yeah, we have this one. I don't say no to this though, so yeah, that's true. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably one of the best value cards out there. Yeah, when I got the 1080, I think it was in, was it 2016 maybe? Like, it was an insanely good card. But yeah, that was a long time ago. Fuck. A 4090. Dude. That's insane. But yeah, I'm happy with my 1080, at least for a couple of months more. Yeah, 4060 is maybe what I should aim for. It's pretty damn nice. Okay, so let's see. Diligence, humility, but maybe the laptop has a very good graphics card. I don't know. You tell me. You should, Tenshi, you should. Congratulations, by the way. Okay, so the noise generation, we changed the noise generation for the wind, like, there's a small difference visually, but a huge difference behind the scenes, I think. So I'm happy with this change. So this one, good, nice. Am I happy with the current state of the wind? I think I am. I think I am. I want to implement this one as well. $2060, that's still like, so it's still an RTX card, so it supports ray tracing, right? I don't know how good the 2060 is on it, but my card doesn't even support that. So when I talk about implementing noise affecting grass proportions, I want okay, we're gonna do this with flags as well. So basically I want the height of the grass to be taller here maybe and smaller here. So in the future, what actually will be controlling the grass proportions is the player. The player will control where the grass is tall and where it's short. But if we're talking about like random generated parts or something like that, I still want to support. I want to support changing the grass proportions with the help of a texture. That's basically what I'm saying. So the last thing I'm gonna do before we do the stylizing and the optimization is that we're gonna add flags so that these variables, or at least these variables, or actually, at least these variables will depend on a texture, I think. Random width, random height, random bend. Tenshi 2000 series was, I don't know, bad-ish. Pretty many child problems though due to new technology. But that might very well be the case. Like, my interest in graphics cards comes and goes in periods, or it's periodic. So the closer I get to an upgrade, the more interested I am in the graphics cards, and the further away I'm from upgrading my own computer, the less interested I am in graphic cards. So since the 2000 series came out like right after I lastly upgraded, I didn't read anything about it. But now, since we're getting closer, I'm starting to read, like do some more reading. Oh yeah. But that's off topic. Okay, so let's basically we want to do this. Let's see here. Procedural grass. Jeez, look at all of these properties. And we're far from done. Shit. This is starting to be probably the most elaborate shader I've done. I think I've done one more elaborate shader actually. An ocean shader. That one was pretty sick. But this, yeah. And if I'm gonna be honest with you, I probably... let's keep it. So grass proportions. Let's add... bend with height. And then we do this. Do I want space here? Maybe I do. What the hell? Grass proportions. Grass proportion texture. Or actually, grass proportion texture. Let's call it that. (2D) and yeah, we're gonna go with white. Like this. And fuck it, let's implement the flags directly. So we'll do keyword enum or enum, sorry, and we do bend type or actually we could probably do I might want to implement more, so let's go let's do no and yes. Do I want to keep it like this? Syntax for HLSL is so alien to me. Yeah, it's weird sometimes, you know. It's pretty alien to me as well in some cases. Starting to feel more natural. But I want a lot of these, so I think this one and this one is Unity specific, I think. This one too, probably. I wonder, all of this might actually be Unity specific. I don't know. Let's do no yes, and we call this one alter grass proportions based on texture. Int equal to 0. We also want to name it, so we want this name, and we're going to name it to texture based proportions, I think. Will it look weird? So it will be a flag called texture based proportions no. That I think that will look good. So it will be pragma shader feature texture based proportions. Texture based proportions there should be some way to be able to make these into camel case. No, och, and I mean texture based proportions, yes. Okay, so basically what we want to do is grass proportion texture. Fuck it, we're gonna do this. Texture based proportions, we're gonna do no. Combined, separate. I just wanted to fix the I didn't want them to be all caps here. So we want no combined separate. Is that how you spell it? Separate? Yes, I think so. So we need to fix it here as well. Separate. Okay. So texture-based proportions. Yeah. So no, we just base the proportions on this. Combined, we read from the texture. Combined. Yeah, combined. We want to call this single here. Okay. No, we just base the proportions on these variables or properties. Single, we base these properties on the same channel, i.e. red. Or not i.e., but in this case red channel. And if we do it separate, we're going to base the bend on the red channel, the width on the green channel, and the height on the blue channel. So like doing single will lead to, where the grass is taller, it will also be wider and more bent. While this means that only because the grass is taller at some area, it doesn't mean that it's also wider there. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. So what do we call it? Texture-based proportions. No. Single. And separate. And we want to alter it right about here, or after this one. Transformation matrix, wind. Yeah, we want to do it here. Oh, I also almost forgot. Here, we want to add a texture 2D. Grass proportion texture. And a sampler. Yeah, I want to do this, or not exactly this, but yeah, but we want to do it here. If it's no, we don't care about it. So grass proportion. The fuck did I call it? Proportion, texture base proportions separate. Not separate, right? Oh, actually, yes. But the first one should be called, so this one should, I want separate to come after single. Okay, so this is the block where we're gonna alter these based on a texture. If one of these, if we have one of these flags. Okay. So if we're using single, we're gonna do float proportion multiplier. I'm pretty sure we want to sample this on world position. XZ, or actually that is, yeah, that is the UV. First we need to do grass proportion texture and sampler grass proportion texture and UVs, and then I wonder if I want to do I think I just want to do random width multiplied equal to proportion multiplier, random height multiply equals to proportion multiplier, and it's a big, do I want to do random bend based on, yeah, whatever. Okay, like this. Do I want to make stiffness? Nah. Ooh, do I want to make color? Shit. Shit. Maybe. Okay, and if it's separate, we just do, oh, actually we want to do .r here. So we just take the red sample or red channel. Here we take all channels. So we do float 4, and then we do .r, .g, .b. So if texture-based proportions single is, if this flag is set, then we multiply these width, height and bends with proportion multiplier. If separate is set instead, we use one channel per proportion. if none of them are set, we don't do this, so we just roll with this. I think we can make, let's see if we have some errors in the HLSL. Yeah, line 19. Oh yeah. Whoa. Okay, we probably have some errors. Let's see. What'll happen now? Plane. Altograss proportions based on texture? No. Why are we getting this result then? Ah, there we go. So what if we set... Where do we have it? There. Altograss proportions based on texture? No. Single. Then we get an acro. Too few arguments. 527. Oh yeah, the more of these we include, the less this number here affects it. What's up, Lil Rider? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Oh yeah. I always forget the last. If we read a texture in the vertex or geometry shader, we need to do LOD, so we set 0 here. Let's put this one down here just to make it a bit further away from this limit here. Okay, no errors here. Great. And if we do separate. Okay, no errors here either. Okay, so right now this texture, like, it affects the proportions or the properties, but since the texture is just all white, it doesn't actually do anything. We just multiply by 1. So what I want to do now is I want to generate this texture, and we're going to do it in the little ground component we have here. Right now we generate grass color texture and wind texture. Let's add a, first of all, what was it called? Grass proportion texture. Grass proportions texture. Ah, this is probably better. Ground. So yeah. Private Perlin noise texture generator. Okay, yeah. So now, yeah. So now we have grass color texture generator, grass proportion texture generator, and wind texture generator. Be right back 1 sec. Back. So what we can do now is grass proportion texture. Width, height, I don't know, 128. 128. Default texture color, we're gonna choose 1 for this one. Repeat. Channel coordinates, we probably want to change the name of this one, but we're gonna add 4 of them, so 1 for each channel. I don't know, 10, 20, 1, 1, 31, 41. So we just do this. Grass proportion texture. Let's just check how it looks if we start using it. So we can do single. Okay, so would like to show it as well. So right now the scale of it is probably, yeah, it's very big. So we can see at some places we have very small grass and on some we have very big. Let's also add a, we can see it by doing, let's see here, procedural. We want to add a scale for it as well, that's true. But let me just show this. So we return, but we don't do wind texture, we do proportion texture. What do I call it? Grass proportion texture. 001. Yeah. So right now the proportions of this grass is based on this noise, and it's too small, so you get these repetitive noises. Like this was not what I, like this is not what this is supposed to be used for. We're gonna do it with bigger values, like that's maybe too small, but like this is also too small. So instead we need to, when we generate this one, we need to generate it with a small noise value, but we need a scale variable in the shader to actually, when we read from it, we want to scale it. So let's add that as well. Grass proportion texture. Let's do a grass proportion texture scale. Float. So when we So here, I think we want to multiply it here. Yes, pretty sure. But I also want to do grass proportion texture scale. We need to add it here. So right now we have a grass, like this one is 1, which means that we have the exact same result, but we can now do... Shit, look at all of these properties, it's insane. Not grass subdivision, but here. Grass proportion texture scale. And we want to go like this. Okay, so something like 0.01 maybe. Which would mean that the grass would be like lower and not as wide around here. So let's take a look at how this looks. Oops. Let's comment this one out. And let's add back the grass. So, actually, do we... What the fuck? What do we have here? Single. Okay, this result doesn't make any sense for me either, I don't think. Or actually it does. Do we have a lot of 0 values here then? But what if you do... still not entirely oh! Yeah, now I'm tired again. Let's see. So the reason for this is we added the use of the scale here, but we didn't add the use of the scale here. So yeah, oops, we definitely want to do that. Like this. Still maybe a little bit too weird. Okay, so here let me try it with maybe not Perlin noise might not be the best for this effect, but let's see here. If we do first of all, let's set the wind strength to 0, just to see how it looks. And then we add Do I want to make the scale maybe 5? No. 2, 1, 0, 5, 0, 2. So now we have like bigger, thicker grass here, shorter and smaller grass here. But we could improve the visuals of this quite a lot. So we could go and make it grass height bounds. We can make it 1. So how does this look? Make it a little bit patchy like this. Plain. Let's do, could go 0.5, and we can put this one up at 0.3 maybe. Or actually, no, let's keep it at 0.1. So right now we use width, height, bending, I think, uses the same channel. Instead, let's just do height. Let's see how just height works. So I changed the value multiplier here to 0. Let me just take a quick look. Yeah. So if we then change to separate here, we should see the height vary, but not the width, I think. So what is actually the difference between this one and visually? So this is separate, this is single. Oh, actually now it's only the width, not the height, because we're doing it in, so red, oh, now it's actually just bend, I think. Where is it? Random, no, it's width. So random width is the R channel, random height is G, random bend is B. So if we do, let's change this one to 0. So now it shouldn't be any difference between this and no, I don't think. Or it is. Separate. Whoa. The texture should just be pure white, I think, but it's not. Why is that? So if we read a value of 1 here, it should just be 1, 1, 1. So these shouldn't change. Where have I screwed up? Because if we, oh yes, we don't want to hard code this one here. So this one should be dependent on default texture color. Yeah, that explains it. So the default texture had a value of 0.5 for all pixels for all channels, which means that we got half as high grass as we should. Okay, now we should be able to test it properly. So if we do separate right now, we get this. If we do value multiply 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so now separate and no, there's no difference here. Single, no difference. If we pick single and we do value multiply 1 here, then we get this for single and this for separate. So it's just the width for this one. If we do 0 here and we do 1 here, so now we're just changing the height, and we do single, no change, separate. Now we get this. Big fan. It's a little bit too small here, but that can easily be changed with actually, if we should probably add a minimum value as well. But if we change the scale here, make it look a bit more natural, or maybe. Add a little bit more, what the fuck should I call it? Grouping the grass more. I think this is a very nice effect, to be honest. But yeah, probably need to add a minimum value as well. And the best way to add that would probably be here, I think. So we have a value multiplier, we should also add a minimum value, I think, to avoid things like this. And then we can also add, so if we put add here, now we also change the width. But we do it on other, like it's not extremely similar to this one, so that's nice. Like it doesn't follow the same pattern because we're using a scale of 10 here instead of 20. And we can also add, so this is the bending, we can add 1 here, so we get less bend on certain places. If we do 10 here, we get it on the same places. Very nice, I think. Bend 0.5. Come on. But this sucks, so let's fix that real quick. Do I have the time? Probably do. Okay, so value multiplier serialized field public float value offset, but value multiplier. Yeah, probably still want that one, but value offset. I probably want, let's see here. I should probably be able to do mathf unity. We should have a remap or something like that here, right? I think abs lerp, or is it just called map? Or not? In this case, I think we can do lerp. So value bounds. Could use a float 2 here, but we're gonna do vector 2. Value bounds is equal to vector 2 dot up. Is that one? 0, 1, yes. Let's just add it to this one now. I don't know how much more time I have. So here we do return mathf lerp. So we know that this value is between 0 and 1. So we do a lerp between value bounds 0 x and value bounds y. So we pretty much just lerp the value. So if this one is 0 and 1, this does nothing. We just return a value between 0 and 1. But this makes it possible to define a minimum value. So if we click play here again, so right now we have these very barren places here. We base the the grass proportion texture, we only have a value in the green channel, so it's only the height that is different. But currently it has a minimum value of 0. We can change this one to 0.2, which will make the grass here a bit higher, right? It won't change the top, but it will change the bottom. So that is way nicer if you ask me. If we set it to 1, then it's just as if we didn't read its texture. But between having this result and 0.2, 0.2 is way more preferable. So I like this being like making it possible to add patches. Could probably go wild with it as well. 0.5, or actually we don't want to do 0.3 height. Let's go 1, 1, and then we can do. Looks very patchy and nice. I like it. I like it a lot. We could do grass. Always forget where it is. Here, texture scale. 1. It's not as apparent here. 0. You should probably want to add an offset as well, but yeah. It looks very nice. So the actual terrain is still just a plain, but we get these patches, which is nice, if you ask me. And then when we have this, we can also add back the wind. Looks very nice. I think. Getting close to having all of the things I want within the game. Or within the texture shader, I mean. A lot of different values and knobs to play around with. I want to try this with different noise as well. What's up, Redstone? You're entering just when I'm about to exit for today. So yeah, yeah, but maybe I will go for a longer stream next week, because unfortunately I need to quit now. But to really quickly summarize today. Fixed the wind, added support for texture-based proportions, or having the texture affect the proportions. D-Sabbath, by the way, this is legit the best looking grass I've seen done in Unity. Appreciate it, man. I'm gonna do a video about it where I mention the correct references as well. Ah, nice, Redstone. But yes, so I'm happy with the progress this week. Unfortunately, this is it for today. Thank you everybody for watching, and have a wonderful weekend. Peace.